Earthlings! It's me, Magical Princess, Angel of Justice, protector of the peace-loving planet of Rabufru, at your service! So today, we're going to be doing more manga pages. I'm excited to play games when I feel like it, but for now I feel like I'm on such a roll with Volume 7. Alright, this is... Wait, this is Volume 8, I forgot. Volume 8. We're on such a roll with Volume 8 that I want to use that motivation to really get through these. So here we are again, and we have 3 pages we'd like to get done. All 3 are in various stages of not doneness or incompleteness. So we'll just need to finish up these 3 pages, and if we get through them, then we can start inking another one that's been sketched. Right now, I see Umbra in the chat. Hi, Umbra! How are you doing today? And I see that Matthew was here in the chat at some point, but couldn't stick around. If you end up watching the recording, then hello, and I hope you are having a good day, Matthew. So for now, I'm gonna go ahead and get set up with the art stuff. So these pages, I mean, everything that I'm doing here might be giving y'all some spoilers as to what is going to happen in Volume 8, but I'm gonna do them on stream anyway, so here we are. To start with, I'm going to take away these speech bubbles. And basically, to finish this page, I need to finish screen toning it. I've redone this page like so many times. It's one of the first few pages in Volume 8 and just have never been happy with it. This page layout is better than all the other ones I've tried, but I just need to finish coloring, or rather grayscaling, this section, and then figure out how I want the speech bubbles to flow. We're also going to clean up some of this tone here. Yeah. And then clean up some stuff here, because the line art is kind of thick. But yeah, so let's get to it. Oh, hi! Hi, Tyler! Nice to see you! I have arrived. Umbra says, the usual, tired and bored. How are you? I'm doing good, feeling motivated. I've been working on Volume 8 this whole week. Pretty much non-stop, other than a few client commissions and packing a few orders. I did a tally last night because I wanted to know how far along I truly was, and I have 14 pages fully finished and 13 that are either fully sketched or missing a panel or 2. And that would include these 3, and that's why I want to knock them out so that I can get a better total of how close I am to completing this thing. And then maybe when I do art streams for it, I can have like a little counter up at the top that says how far along I am in the book, so we'll see. But for now, I'm gonna start cleaning up some of the screen tone. I don't like whatever's going on up here, where I kind of like sloppily screen toned this one. I'm gonna take away the screen tone to see just what is happening here. I see these little black smudges here, and I'm just not sure. Okay, they're actually part of the white part. Okay. I'm gonna take away... I'm gonna make the scene behind it blue so I can better tell what's going on. And just clean this up. Once again, I've put the full drawing over to the side a little bit larger. Since I know I zoom in quite far. Alright. I'm really excited to be full force working on this comic again. I feel like I still have to kind of like get back into the groove of things, but at least I'm motivated to do so. I've been rereading the volumes here and there in between work sessions to try to remember exactly what happened and if I'm forgetting anything, because sometimes I will forget plot points to bring over into the next volume. It happens, so I'm just trying to make sure that that does not happen. I need to remember exactly what happened in the last volume, so I just keep rereading it. And I must say, I'm pretty proud of it, looking back on it. And I hope that this volume is just as good, if not better. I'm trying to look for a better tone for this one. I wasn't really digging the dots. So here I have like some line tone. I don't know if I really like that better. I'm just gonna go back to the circles for now and I'll think about it. And now for my next change that I mentioned at the start of the stream. I want to make the line art on these two smaller. I just feel like the line art is so much bigger than the other line art on the page and it's bothering me. So there's a handy tool at the bottom. Here. Oh, I don't think you can see it properly. Let me bring it up a little higher. Where you can correct the line width of things. It is so handy because these characters were supposed to be small and then I wanted them bigger and now the line art is not the right size, and so you just go over it, specify how much smaller you want, and it just does it for you. Now I'm gonna do the same on this character. She's on the other side. And then you can go into specific areas. Alright. See, I'm already liking that better. I'm gonna clean some of this up. Hi, welcome, Sun. Sun says, hello, I can't wait for volume 8. Keep up the good work, your art is awesome. Aw, thank you! And Umbra says, bruh, I got to go. Okay, Umbra, I hope that you can return later and that everything's alright. Thanks for watching. So I'm just gonna clean up. Just a little bit. And it's a pretty small panel, so I don't need to go crazy. Alright, see you, Umbra. Tyler says, so good that you reread parts of the manga again. Having plot holes sucks in anything. Bye, Ember. Temporary adios. Tyler, yes, it's very true. I've definitely, I try to make sure that I keep all my plot lines in a row as best I can. So that there's no plot holes. Though it's kind of funny that, so the story has a lot of twists and turns in it, and I intentionally try to make it, like, I try to make it kind of mysterious and keep people guessing. And a lot of people will be like, oh, there was a plot hole here. Why was this character here, but they weren't here, and stuff like that. And then later it comes out that it was a big twist and there was a reason for it, but as people are reading it, I think a lot of times they're like, man, she does not know what she's doing. But it's only so I can shock them later. With some big plot twists. Alright, now to draw this ominous pose here. Hi, welcome Zin. Zin says, last but not least, I have appeared here. Hi, welcome. Glad to see that the bread puns are still going strong. I forgot once again to pull my my bread, Vtuber bread, out of storage. I'm gonna see if I can find it really quick. I have a little bread that sits on my head. And I haven't put it back in VTube Studio since I rebooted my computer since moving. So I'm gonna see if I have it. It might take a while to search through all my documents, so I'll come back here and draw this some more. So this character, I want light from below so that it's dark behind him. So here's my method for that. I go... Oops, wrong way. I meant invert, not expand. I invert the artwork, or the layer, I guess. And then delete the extra, which I guess it should have been the other way around because it's supposed to be dark behind him, not there. Alright, so let me do that again. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah. But it didn't really look as good as I thought it did, so I'm just gonna draw it freehand. We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Sometimes our time-saving tips don't actually help as much as they should have. And it's hard to really visualize the light down there. But I imagine it's happening there. I'm just gonna start by drawing lines and then fill it in. Like, the light is definitely going to be in these areas. And on some of his hair, just kind of harder to determine, I'd say. Because there's a concert happening down there, but it's nighttime. And so I'm imagining that the lights from the concert are shining on him, but it's dark outside. And somehow it's very hard for my brain to comprehend. Let's see how that looks. And then we've got to give him some gray tones for color of his hair and some uniform bits. Just gonna touch up those little places that were left white when they shouldn't have been. So, a new season of anime just started, but I haven't chosen anything to watch. I was wondering if anybody knew if anything was good yet, if anybody had seen the first episodes of anything that was worth watching. It's just that none of the, like the synopsises really got me this time around. But I'm still finishing from last season. It looks like both animes might be about 50 episodes. I'm still watching Frieren, which is super popular right now, and Shangri-La Frontier, which is surprisingly good, and I look forward to it every week. But that's all I'm watching right now. That's still continuing from last season. Hi, welcome Akane! I'm doing good! How are you? I'm super pumped to work on this thing. Oops. Getting all these little white specks out of here. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and do his hair. Oh no. I hate it when I accidentally paste outside the lines. Now to clean that up. Kane says, doing fine, not be active because watching anime with a friend of mine while coming to say hi. Thanks! When you get a chance, let me know what anime you're watching. I was just talking about anime myself and which ones I'm trying to watch this season, or which ones I'm still watching that are airing from last season and that sort of thing. Alright, there's his hair color. Now for some details. Like the boots. Oh, I guess it was these little things are lighter than those things, I think. Sometimes I forget the details of the character designs that I myself did. Connie said it's D. Grayman on episode 95 now or something. Started in December and I'm almost finished. Oh my gosh! Y'all are on a roll! That's a lot of anime. Alright, I think that's fittingly ominous enough. Now I'm gonna do some shading for the top of the roof line. Gonna be the same color as this shadow on him. And I think I'm gonna do a secondary shadow, like coming from him, that is a little darker, just to show that, like, highlight his form a little bit more, because I spent forever drawing this pose, so people have gotta appreciate it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this a little less. There we go. That looks pretty good and ominous. Connie says, never mind, we paused for a bit, but yeah, we had a lot of fun. Good! That's awesome! I'm glad that y'all are having fun. So I was on a stream of one of my artist friends from the past turned Vtuber, and she was telling me about that now she simultaneously streams on Twitch and YouTube. And this has been something I've been talking about for a while. I just don't know if it's worth it or not to try for that. It seems like a lot of work and like it'd be hard to control what's happening over on Twitch, what it sounds like. Right. Now for some more background pieces. I guess the thing that I like about Twitch is the idea that I could make my own emotes, and that's pretty much it. I guess if you get big enough on YouTube, you're able to, but that seems tricky, for sure. Alright, this guy's gotta go behind the characters. Sorry, I'm like losing my voice today. I don't know what's up with that. Akane says, Twitch, it's alright, I suppose. Don't have a much opinion on it. Always found YouTube easier. Whichever you choose, I'll be here supporting you. Thank you! Yes, I also think that, you know, Twitch does seem more complicated for me too. And I don't know if it's really worth it. I guess that's why I haven't tried it out, really, because it just seems kind of daunting to create a whole new profile and then try to figure out how to stream on both. And I just don't know if it's worth it. Hold on a second, I'm trying to find something in my documents. Also, it looks like I'm probably gonna have to looks like I lost my VTuber bread, unfortunately, so I'm gonna have to re-rig it, I guess. That's unfortunate. Alright, so let's find this page. Trying to find the page before this one, the last volume, so that I can see kind of like what the background is supposed to look like. Wes Adams, hello. They would like to know, have you tried co-streaming on TikTok? No, actually, I have not. I wasn't sure if people really streamed on TikTok. I have an account, right? I have an account on TikTok, and I use it to post mostly stuff about my comic book series or business. I don't have a whole lot of VTuber stuff on there. Do you know if other VTubers stream on TikTok? I think I've only ever seen somebody was streaming like playing music or something on there, and I just flipped by it because I didn't really care about whoever they were. But that's the only live streaming I've seen on there. That could open up a lot of possibilities if VTubers actually stream on there. Alright, so what I'm forgetting is that there's a fence here, and the ground. So gotta do some ground pattern. My natural section over here. Yeah, I think that'd kind of look like the ground. If I shrink that down a little bit. Kind of like the ground from above, and then tilt it to the same perspective. Okay, that seems good enough to me. Tyler says, not sure how long I'll be around the stream, just wanted to remind you to save your work. So, thank you! I will do that right now! Thank you! Wes says, I'm more on the gaming art side of TikTok, so I watch Twitch streams, who also co-stream on there. I've seen VTubers that play games but not draw on TikTok Live. Okay, interesting. I don't get on TikTok very much, honestly. Mostly because I tend not to, want to watch videos unless I've picked them out myself, I guess. And so I tend to just watch, people's stuff on YouTube, but it could be worth looking into, since I do have more followers on my TikTok than I do on any other platform that I have. So thank you for letting me know about that. That should be interesting to look into. I guess a question, Wes, is are people able to comment and see things live on TikTok as you're live streaming, just like you would on YouTube or Twitch? I'd be curious to know about that. Akane says, Allie, I've got to thank you. I've come so far. You've been here before I started my music journey. Thanks a lot. Probably wouldn't have been where I am if it wasn't for you. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. That's awesome. I'm glad that I've motivated you on your music journey. Okay, now I'm going to see about some dialogue here. The speech bubbles do not really flow that good with whatever is happening with this panel here. Now I've got to do some reconfiguring of my comic book page. This is something that I've been doing a lot as I get into drawing this volume, is I keep on not liking how I set things up and having to move around whole pages once they're inked. Like what I'm doing right now. Which is why I draw all the panels on different folder layers, so that I can just scoot them around as I see fit. Hi, welcome Eno! Hello, how are you? Do some black there. There, I think this is gonna suit this speech bubbles more once I get into it. Eno says, whoa, this is looking so good. Thank you! I'm glad you think so. I've been working on this page for a while. And just moving all the panels around. I'm trying to finish some pages that are half complete today. I've got a few of them up. So I have this one, it needs a panel down here. I have a forest, and I just haven't gotten around to it in a long time. And then I have this one, which needs to be complete. As you can see, it has already some inking on it. But it's just not done, and so I just want to get some pages out of the way and complete these three if I can. Ino says I'm doing good and was watching Oshimai? I don't know that one. How is the anime? Oh, I aspire to be like you someday. Oh, thanks so much. Are you wanting to do manga or comics yourself? And Wes says, sadly you have to download an extension or have TikTok open to see your chat from both YouTube and TikTok. Okay, I could probably find out what the extension would be called with that amount of information. Okay, interesting. Well, thank you for letting me know what you know. Alright, so this panel has got to move, and I'm gonna put it... So I move these speech bubbles for a second. And put... those ones there. It's like kind of redundant, like there's like the same kind of facial expression several times from London here. But I drew them all and I couldn't decide which ones I wanted on the page, and so it's just gonna be all of them. And that's just how it's gonna be. I'm gonna narrow down that a little bit. Kind of chunky line art here. And I'm gonna redo the speech bubble a little bit. There we go. Alright, now bring these speech bubbles back around. Which I think make more sense there. There was somewhere I had my guidelines going on here so that I could see where things were going to get cut off the sides. So let me save this for one and open up one of my pages that has my guidelines on it so I know what's going to be cut off. And Inu says, want to do illustrations and also manga. What do you use to draw? I use Flip Paint Studio. So I use a version that I paid for and have been using all this time. But now the software has it so that you have to pay a monthly subscription, I think, just from the get-go, and so you can't just buy it once and use it forever, which makes me really sad that all the companies are doing that. And so I don't know if I can really recommend it anymore for people that want to get into it, because it was like $60 once, and now I think they're having you pay like $15 a month for it. It's just pretty ridiculous. So I don't know if that's what they decided on, because there was a lot of backlash, but I believe it was about $15 a month, so... but yeah, take a look into it. I mean, I like this old version of it. It's just not going to have any updates anymore, and eventually will become obsolete, so then I don't know what I'll be drawing in the future. Ino says, oh, that's interesting. Sad it's now subscription-based. Yeah, it is really sad. I hate that everyone is doing that. And, you know, they say it's because they're constantly innovating new abilities or whatever, but I would rather pay more like extra flat fees for new features to add on, kind of like a video game has expansion packs, instead of having to pay every month for features that I'm not even gonna use. And then they were trying to like add in some AI thing or something, and then they got backlash from that. And it's just a mess. Oh god. Yeah, I mean, I've thought of that, but I don't want to risk crashing my computer. And I'm okay supporting products that I love, you know, I'm okay supporting them and buying the software, but not if it's gonna be a subscription base, because then it's like I don't really even own it. And if I wasn't, like during my move when I didn't draw for 2 months, I don't think you could just cancel your subscription for 2 months and then come back and all your art would still be in your cloud or whatever. So, yeah, it just stinks. I do pay a subscription for Live 2D, but it is a yearly subscription and it goes down every year that you use it, and so I can kind of respect that. It's a little bit better than a monthly subscription that just stays the same or goes up as you use it instead of going down. I definitely watch my anime that way. I have my fiance handle that so that I'm not getting viruses on my computer. You can handle all the pirating. I'm not gonna do it. Oh yes, what was I doing? I was trying to find a page where I can take the guidelines out of it. So, I have these boxes around the artwork that show me where I can go to. You can see them in blue here. If I go outside that, it's most likely going to get cut off by the printer when this is printed. And so that helps me determine where I want speech bubbles to be, because they should be far within that box or the words are going to get cropped off in the final version. So, sorry, I'm just adjusting how I'm sitting. Ugh. All right. So I'm going to make sure that my speech bubbles are within there. I'm going to bring that speech bubble down a little bit. And I don't really care if I cover his face a bit, honestly, so we're just gonna drag that speech bubble down right over there. Akane says most pirated FL copies are not viruses, which is a relief. That's good! Good. A system scan. I had a virus and I don't know where it came from, and it was right before I moved. It was 2 days before I had to move. Everything is packed up in boxes except for my computer. And I'm just working on something. I think it was like a commission for a client I was trying to get done before I left, and all of a sudden my Windows Defender is like, you have a virus. And it was so scary because I was like, what did I even download? You know, I hadn't been using my computer that much leading up to it, and looking through my downloads and like trying to figure out, did I click on something? Like, I'm very aware of like phishing scams and stuff, so I wasn't just clicking on stuff or going on random sites. I don't know how I got it, but I just wiped my OS because I couldn't figure out what else to do, and restarted, and that's why I'm still putting together where all my files are. It kind of stank. It was unfortunate. You know what? I don't even know if I need this panel up here, but I drew it. That's the thing. I keep on trying to figure out where to use this panel. Maybe if I brought this one down a little bit, it would make more sense. Yeah. That makes more sense. Let me shrink it a little bit so it's not... Well, I guess I can go over that line a little bit. So let's do that then. So now I need to figure out where my line is. And yeah, there it is. Alright, and then drop it down behind that art all the way down here. There we go. Oh no, I'm sorry you got a you got a virus. That stinks. I'm glad you saved it. Yeah, I'm really scared of viruses. Like, the amount of times that I've destroyed computers or had to wipe my OS, it's just, it stinks. Sun says London is my favorite character. I love this page. You're working. More London the better. Oh, yay! That makes me so happy to hear. I'm always really happy when people single out a character as their favorite. London definitely gets some character development and a little bit of time to shine this volume, so that's exciting. It's always fun to draw him, and he hasn't been getting enough time, some screen time these last few volumes. He is one of the funnest characters to draw. I just love his hair design, and he's got the most upturned nose award for all my characters, so his nose is really fun to draw. You look at how upturned that nose is. It's just like a little weep. Yeah, let's plan out these speech bubbles. You know, says taking intense notes right now. Might need this when I draw my own stuff. Oh, yeah. If that's helpful, that's good. Ask me any questions you have. I'm always fine answering about my process or how I do certain things or why I do certain things with page layouts. Page layouts is definitely one of those things where I do a lot of thinking when I'm doing page layouts. So if you want to know any of those thoughts, maybe I should do a video on it at some point. It's kind of hard to explain, or like there's no clear rhyme or reason to it. There's just a bunch of rules that I follow and then mess around with. Hi, VC Wendell, nice to see you. Thanks for popping in to say hi. It's been so long since I've done comic book pages because I've been kind of like out of working on this for a while, just working on other projects and moving and all that. That I kind of felt like my page layouts were lacking, and so the other day I did some studies. Here are some comic book layouts from some of my favorite manga. I have some layouts from the 4th volume of Pre-Tier, and some page layouts from volume 1 of Magic Knight Rayearth. And I just did some layouts here to just give me some inspiration in how I can mix it up. And I reread volume 7 as well to give me some inspiration about how I used to do it, because it's just been so long since I've done comic book pages. I wanted to make sure that I had a lot of different layouts going on to make it interesting. So here are some ones that I found, and I did this probably in like 15 minutes. It says YouTube not receiving enough video. So if there is an error, I am sorry. It says that you will be experiencing buffering, but I do not know how to fix it. Looks like I'm connected to my Wi-Fi, and that is fine. I'm gonna check that. Check my Wi-Fi settings. Connected. I don't know. I'm really just hoping that it stops having an error and just lets me stream as normal. But I apologize if you were experiencing buffering. Akane says, my apologies, have to go now. Stay safe, everyone. Have fun, Allie. Thanks, Akane! You have fun watching anime! Google to check your internet ping. I was having trouble connecting to my printer earlier, so maybe... internet ping... I don't know what I'm doing now. Not very tech savvy. Alright. Google definitely came up fast. It says 0.40 seconds. I think that's fast. Okay, it says excellent connection now. I don't know what that was about. Alright, just let me know if it drops again, but it seems fine. So we're gonna continue. Says these are a lot of layouts. Yeah, not so many. I just did a few from each manga, and they really only took me like 15 minutes to get these ones done. They were just really quick. Like, I was just looking at pages that I liked, and I was like, well, let me just put these in here so I can have some ideas for some page flow. And I have some pretty interesting page layouts for Volume 7. Like I said, like here's one from Volume 7 that I like the page layout of, and I'll show you kind of like how I would block it out really quick like I did for those other ones. So I have here is one panel. And then here is another one. We're just going to do different shades of purple. I'm going to like that. And then we see a square panel here. So this is something that you can do with any manga or comic that you like. I'm sorry, my voice is like cracking and breaking. I don't know what's happening. And then put that on there. And then there's like another kind of panel, like kind of in the corner randomly, but there's no line between these two. So I'm just going to make it like a little bit of a darker color here. I guess to kind of like represent that there's kind of like a floating panel here. And so like that's kind of how I would do one of these page layouts, and then I can just stick it in here. Of course, I did these ones visually because I was holding the paper versions of those manga next to me, but with my own pages, I can just draw over them basically. And so then there you have it. That would be the page layout. BC Wendell says, I happen to be a beginner artist animator, but I'm leading towards traditional drawing for now. Plan on starting with Krita when I'm ready to tackle digital. Nice! I started my manga, like volume 1 is drawn traditionally. I was drawing it on large pieces of paper with inking pens and things like that, and then importing them into my software where I put on all the words, which is 2007 version of Microsoft Publisher, which you can't get anymore, and they don't make them like that no more. But yeah, it was done all traditionally. I did like cross-hatching and Copic markers for screen tone, even though I really should have just bought actual screen tone and just put it on there like a traditional manga artist would have, because it would have looked better. I did go back in a little bit once I had done like volume 2, where I started adding a little bit of screen tone via Photoshop digitally, and I was just using my mouse for that. And then like halfway through volume 3, I tripped over the cord of my computer that I was using, and the screen shattered. So I decided to just go ahead and buy a computer where I could draw directly on the screen, and then from then on I started to use digital software. But volumes 1, 2, and a little bit of 3 are traditional, so it's definitely easy to do. And I like drawing traditional a lot. In my free time, I do a lot of sketches in my traditional sketchbook. But as you can see, I'm pretty indecisive about what my layout of my pages are going to be, and it made it very hard to keep redrawing and redrawing and redrawing those pages when I was doing it traditionally. But I definitely love traditional art. It's really nice to not look at the computer sometimes. Going to put some new speech bubbles here. Just gonna have a shaky voice here. I love doing shaky speech bubbles to represent that somebody's voice is shaky. I think that's a pretty common thing to do, but it's still like the most fun speech bubbles to draw, because you just get to let loose and just make your hand as shaky as you can. No more steady hands. And here's what London is saying. Oh, so I don't know why this is happening, but at the end of my lines a lot now, I'm getting these like blobs that appear. That's actually cool, thanks. I'm glad you think so. I think I might actually break up this dialogue so that this speech bubble is like down here somewhere. So Carmelia can say that, and I'll put the speech bubble like over there for her, and then trying to figure out where. Oh, there's that speech bubble. Okay, this speech bubble's fine, so let's keep it. I'm gonna make the font what they're saying here like doesn't really matter for the plot so much, so I'm just gonna shrink it, and then I'm gonna shrink the text really small so that it feels like we're listening to it from far off, because that's basically what's happening in this scene. And we're gonna overlap it because I want it to seem kind of like they're talking over one another. See, this is my inner thoughts when I'm working on something like this. And I don't know why that speech bubble had a hole in it, but we fixed it. Let's make that one a little transparent so we can see what she's doing behind there. And now, I want some more of these guys. What are these guys? These things? I don't know if this brush still exists, but I downloaded this brush back at the beginning of working with Clip Paint Studio, and it's called Battlefield Dust, and I absolutely love using it. It just makes everything so much more dramatic. And I'm gonna kind of put it up, you know, up the top and like use it all around here. And kind of just give some texture to the whole thing. And then the other thing that I like to do is do like these ink splatters on everything. Especially on things that are supposed to look like real screen tone. It just gives it something special, I think. And hit save. Alright, I took off the guidelines, and I think that this page is good. I think I could call this one done. So now that means that we're up to 15 pages for volume 8. Yay! And so I'm gonna work on the page after this one, which is this page. Yep, page done! Thank you! I mean, it was almost done when I started on it today. I think I have an image of what it looks like previously. No, I guess I don't, but yeah, basically it was just the one panel and then I moved some things around. I'm trying to check off some pages on my to-do list. I have a few pages that are half finished that I wanted to get done today. So that was the goal, and so I have... This one is also half finished. This is actually the page right after that one, so... It works out good that they're together. I'm gonna put my guidelines on here, which is this blue box. And I like to have my line art in, you know, some other color other than black. It just makes it so much easier to see what I'm working on, and sometimes I'll put different ones in different colors to make them easier to spot. Wes Adams says, how do you stay motivated on a project? I'm not an artist, but I have a hard time sticking with a project. I give up halfway through. So, you know, there are definitely times when I have been unmotivated. Like, it took me a long time to get to this volume 8. It's been about 2 years since volume 7, and I've worked on volume 8 from like a script perspective and things, so I haven't really drawn many pages in that time period. I was working on some other projects that I had wanted to finish in that gap, but I also wasn't super motivated. But I'm definitely good at sticking to deadlines and making myself do things. I guess if that makes any sense. And I think it comes from partially from working with clients. I do a lot of freelance work, and even if I don't really like what I'm doing, I have to get through it, and so I kind of like trained myself to like put a mentality on. The other thing that I do to like keep momentum on a project is I have certain things that I do almost as a ritual. Like, so let's say I was sitting here and this comic page was half drawn and I didn't really want to work on it. I would just sit here and stare at a blank page. Yes, I would just sit here for an hour and stare at a blank page until I did something. I set aside like allotted time for me to work on it. And after the allotted time is up, if I really didn't get anything done and I feel like I could be more productive doing something else, then I'll get up and do something else. But I try to make sure that I'm putting time aside for the project, even if I'm not working on it, and it usually motivates me to at least sketch something for it or get rolling, and then slowly I'll get more and more into it. I have been working on this project for about 8 years now, and staying motivated through a long project. I guess since this is like a passion project for me, I really want to see it done, and I think that's really what is keeping me going, is I want to see it complete. I want to see what I can do. The other thing that has to happen is you have to abandon perfectionism a little bit, and just do the best you can at this moment. You know, obviously pushing yourself a little bit, that's great and fine for learning, but if you always feel like everything is not good enough and you feel like you have to keep on going back and redoing it and redoing it and redoing it again, then it'll never get done. And so you just gotta like take this middle road of like, I did the best I can at this time, and so I can move forward with that. That's probably the most important thing about working on something so this long term, because a lot of artists that I know would get to this point in their series and then they would just start over again. They'd start back at volume 1 because they didn't feel like volume 1 was good enough. I know volume 1 of my series did not look very good, but I'm not going back to volume 1 because I want to see it complete. So I guess that's my advice. Hello, Saul. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, but I can put it through the Google Translate, and so maybe I can answer your question. Let me get the translator up. Maybe I can answer you. Translate. I don't know what that means. I'm not sure if they got it right or not. Now, I'm gonna start up here. Close up of London's eye and his awesome nose. So a lot of this drawing is going to be cut off, so again, I'm not really like caring about exactly like what it looks like. I'm just trying to make sure like within this box looks reasonable. This pointy nose. Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't even know if they're still there, or if they just left a cryptic message and then just skedaddled. It happens sometimes, I guess. He's got a lot of eyelashes. He senses he's being watched. Take away the line art in the background to see how it looks and flip it. I think it looks fine within that square. So we're going to continue with it. We need to give him a little shading. in his eyeball. Actually, I want this to look, a little softer. So we're gonna do it like this. Yes, that's definitely what he's saying right now. Who could be watching me? Ooh, eyes. Definitely gonna take notes for this one. Yes, it's good in comic pages to have a variety of scenes, close-ups and far-aways and everything in between to kind of give it more interest and focus in on the things that you want. Oh, I guess I accidentally did that on the line art layer. Oops. Focus in on the things that you want to have, somehow I drew on the same layer as my lines, which I didn't mean to do. Cut that. Paste. Just gonna fix that real quick. Yeah, good to have some variety of scenes to really focus on what's important. So he realizes he's being watched in this scene, and then he runs off. It's the next scene, and then I show who's watching him in the next scene. And I'm really trying hard to make it ominous here. I love drawing ominous scenes. Alright, so now next I'm gonna draw this scene. It's my, bad guy for this volume, pretty much. I don't know if I drew slips really right. I need to stick to the line art some more. Let me zoom into it. Oh, just when I thought it was going good, it had the little gloop effect that I've been talking about. I think maybe my pen is running low on battery or something. I'm not really sure why it's doing that. Oh, like that! Oh my gosh, it's so annoying. Gotta fix that. Alright, yeah, it's doing it more and more. His hair is so messy. Right, so... It's... It's funny how much I enjoy just adding more and more villains. It's like... And now we have so many different characters that have different motivations and like what they're trying to get done. Like, most magical girl anime or comics are like, oh, there's one villain who has multiple henchmen or something, and they all have the same goal. Of course, that's not to say all of them do, but that's pretty common. And I feel like all my villains have like very different motivations, but that's what makes it fun for me. Okay. Another eye up close. Honestly, the longest part of working on any comic book page for me is typically the sketching, because I want the sketches to be right, but then like inking and screen tone don't actually take super long. So it seems like this is happening all very rapidly, but it took me forever to decide all these scenes and sketch them and re-sketch them. Okay, I know that I'm gonna want a little screen tone on that panel, but let me draw that third one there, and then everything will be pretty much inked. Eno says, usually I don't really watch an anime for long if the characters or story becomes too predictable. Yeah, that makes sense. I try to keep people guessing. As much as I can, so... And I'm always very happy when I get people telling me that they didn't expect a twist or something like that, and like my favorite thing to do is have a lot of twists. And throw new elements into the story quite frequently. You know, so it's the best and most fun part. Yes, it is a lot of fun. So what kind of things do you like to draw, Eno? Gotta check something on this page. Okay, I was like, was his buckle around the back of his uniform tied or untied? I couldn't remember, and it was untied. That's what I thought. Hello, welcome. Oh, Alexandro? Alexandro. Let me know how to pronounce your name, okay? I'm doing good. I am having a good time working on these pages. I'm feeling pretty motivated today. Get some stuff done. I'm working on pages that I had like half finished for quite a long time. Like this page was probably half finished for like a year. It was one of the first ones that I did when starting to work on this volume, so it's time to get rolling on it. Alright, just call me Alejandro now. Alright, how are you doing, Alejandro? Ino says, can't draw well yet, especially poses, haven't figured it out, simple art, pretty much. For poses, I mean, there's like, I guess a few things that I did to get a little bit better at poses. Obviously, I still think that I'm not the best at anatomy, and especially action poses, but some things that I did to, get better at them. I would stare at myself in the mirror and move my arm in different ways, and my legs different ways and stuff, and watch how the joints move and do sketches of things like that. And if I couldn't get a hand pose right, it really helps me to just stare at my own hand. Stare at my own hand doing the pose that I want to do in the mirror, or just there. Sometimes I'll take a photo. It really helps. Also doing some practice sketching poses. So if you have like a magazine, or you can look at different poses on Google and things like that, and try to do a bunch of different quick sketches of some interesting poses you see. And it'll help pretty quickly figuring out some anatomy and ways to make poses interesting. I drew his foot too small because I didn't sketch it before I started to draw it. Happens. Of course, my character's feet are kind of big anyway, but I'm glad you're doing good, Alejandro. And hi, welcome back, Akane! I hope you were having fun. I'm gonna draw Carmelia's pose, and I forgot that she had cat ears. I thought that there was something wrong about this sketch. It's like, what is wrong with her character design? She's missing something. It was her ears. When I forgot my character was a cat girl. Well, I guess not technically a cat girl. She's actually a Rabufru. And on their planet they don't think they have cat ears, they just have fluffy ears, and that's just how they are. So everyone on my planet has fluffy ears. Oh, cool, Akane! Akane says they're working on some more Megalo songs. I need to do a sketch to look like I'm gonna extend this pose so it looks like she's reaching out. I don't really like it. No, maybe I will do something different. Maybe she's not reaching out dramatically, instead she's just kind of like put her hand up like this. Like, don't go! Almost like that or something. But her hand is too big, which is also an issue that I have. Yeah, just shrink it. Connie says, I'll be lurking in the background, got stuff to do, have the stream open this time. Okay, awesome! Have fun, Akane! Thank you. Right, now to finish her pose. Double check what outfit she has going on. Yeah, I forgot she was wearing like this scrunchie here. So I need to remember. She's got a scrunchie on this hand. And yeah. So this is the hand with the scrunchie on it. Sometimes I ignore the sketches that I just did to draw a totally different hand shape. Or hand pose, apparently. Okay, I'm just gonna pretend that whatever's here is not really happening, because this is gonna get cut off when it gets printed. Trying to find the sketch layer for this. There we go. Cutting off the feet of the people that are showing up over the line. Draw Sydney's hand here. And his weapon is really just like he has explosives. Or like sticks of dynamite, pretty much, which is kind of boring, but it matches his character anyway. So. Just gonna draw that he has like a stick of dynamite here. Yes, these three are antagonists, I guess, or villains of the story. Technically, so is London, which is the guy that's being watched right now. Like, technically, this guy is, this guy here. He's actually, like, part of the villains, but he's fallen in love with a girl on the opposite side of the war, and he's starting to doubt that what he's doing is right, and so his friends, with quotation marks, his friends, which includes this guy, which is on the same, like, army troop as London. This guy is more like evil, so like he can't really contemplate that what he's doing is bad, or rather he wants to do bad things, and so he has discovered that London is potentially thinking about leaving for the other side of this war, and so he's scoping it out, and these other two guys are on the same, like, army team, and they're also not so nice. So that's kind of what's happening here, and they're planning something sinister. I'm gonna remove a few boxes while I draw Rome's weapon. Son says, I support London's rights and wrongs. He has never done anything wrong in my book. I'm glad. I'm glad you think so. I bet he would appreciate that. Yeah, he hasn't done much bad, really. He's just a little weird and misguided. And a very good brother. I've got to draw, Rome's... Oh no. This again. Rome's weapon at some other time when people can actually see it. But yeah, London is, it's definitely one of my favorites to draw. I hope that other people like him too. Actually, I want this to be... a Canar symbol tip on there. Senses the weirdness is his strongest appeal. Good. He's one of the most fun to write and draw, and that's very true. Is very funny, but they're... For, like, the order that characters were originally designed, it was like Sky, right? Sky, France, London, Pepper, Carmelia, York, and at first I didn't even think that York and London were brothers. I just kept on drawing them in situations where it was like very cute or like brotherly kind of interaction, and then eventually I was like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna make these two brothers, and I'm glad I did, because I really like their interactions. It's very sweet. And, who did I design next? Oh, I guess Storm. I mean, Storm was kind of like a character I knew was going to come about since the beginning, since the story was like, I started playing it with these little horse toys when I was like 6, and I had a little horse toy that was supposed to be Sky's counterpart Storm, but I just wasn't like really excited to design him, I guess. So he came at some point later. And then as I was designing the aliens, I was like, oh, okay, so now they need somebody to like rule them. And so I was like, oh, they have a queen. And then I was like, well, don't they need somebody to like command the army? And so I made up Milan. And it just kind of went from there. And these characters were designed before Belgium, which is really funny because Belgium comes into the story sooner than these guys do. So I've been like waiting to draw them for years and years and years. I'm gonna put there's some lines I didn't end up using, some boxes I didn't end up using on this page. Trying to find the correct ones. There's that one. I'm gonna make that layer colored for a second so I can see what I'm doing. I want this layer to be above that one. Atlas Spider says Milan mentioned what is a healthy sleep schedule. Hi, Isla Spider. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I was just talking about the order that the characters were created in. Yeah, I'm very excited to draw some Milan scenes this volume. I get to draw some ones of him in Belgium as kids, and him reading the letter that Belgium gave him, so all that stuff should be dramatic and fun to draw. Struggling with this this tool. Let's get it right. There you go. As Spider says, I'm doing alright, drawing well, watching the stream, how active I'll be in the chat. That's completely fine. I'm glad you're here. What are you drawing? Now this panel has to go up above everything else. And somehow I lost the writing on it. We're gonna just put that up there. Thank you. I'm glad you like the bow past the panel border. I'm gonna make this this scene in here a little darker so that it stands out some more. So I'll go ahead and do that next. Like, not that much darker, but like a little darker. And then I'm gonna come in here and finish making the bow stand out. I'm gonna make around the line a little thicker so that it's easy to see. Alice Spider says I'm drawing my OC. He's a pirate and I'm doing a bigger illustration of him doing that cool lean off the side of the boat thing. Very nice pose. Alright. It's looking pretty good. This one to be like a little more unnerving. Is Madrid, make his eye really shiny. And I make just some light shine a little bit. And then let me see where my speech bubbles are. There we go. The spider says, ew, Madrid, what's he doing here? So you'll like this. I'll look at the rest of the page. But anyway, so spoilers is Sky gets to punch Madrid. I've been drawing pages of her fighting him and warding off his creepiness, and I was like, you know what? He just needs like a good punch in the jaw, so I was trying to figure out how she finally defeats him, and I was like, this is gonna be it. Everyone hates him. I hate him. It's gonna be fun to ink that one. Let's move these speech bubbles a little bit. And make it more clear who's saying what, I guess. It's like these speech bubbles got kind of weird because I tried to make them a different size. I guess I'll just redraw them. Yeah, get him, Sky. The spider says, I'm currently suffering with background line art. Oh. The worst. Good luck. Yeah. Backgrounds are so hard. I have to like get back into the habit of doing quite a lot of them for this volume. And it's just hard to motivate myself to do so. So you're working on the pirate ship then? The pirate ship backgrounds? Okay, let's do... copy and paste, and I want to do a little darker for those comic panels. Make them seem a little bit more dramatic. And it says I hate drawing backgrounds. Yeah, it's very rewarding when they're done, but oh my gosh, are they trying doing them? Eyeless Spider says, yeah, there's so many intricate details with boats, especially pirate ships. Yeah, for sure. Well, good luck with that. I'm sure it'll turn out great. Gonna add a little bit more definition to the eyeball scene here. What I do is make it all... I'm gonna make it dark, and then I want to single out the middle, so I've got some brushes here, and there's one that goes in a circle. Yeah, that one, which I want to use. I don't really need to use that. I was gonna use my hand-drawn lettering there, but I'll just do it in the system. That is fine. Alright, now I gotta do some ominous shading on these guys. Okay, ominous shading time. Make it a little easier to see what I'm doing. There we go. Spider says, I hate drawing ropes. I've got to find a rope brush. I'm not drawing. I too have a downloaded rope brush. I won't judge. I hate drawing ropes also. I hate drawing ropes and chains, but I tend to need a lot of them, so I have just a few different brushes for both. Gosh, I hate this blob thing that is happening. Is it doing that? There you go. Braided hair. Yeah, I'm okay with braided hair as long as it's like only one strand braided hair. But like fully braided hair or like multiple strands of braids, then it gets really tricky for me. I tend to just start drawing like these lumpy structures instead of anything else. Oh, there's a rabbit! Cute. I don't know when what the last wildlife I saw was, other than some birds. I saw a deer. It almost ran into our car, but we managed to stop in time, so it's safe still out there, I hope. It's kind of funny, is I think I actually see less wildlife here in Maine than I did in Florida. But not because there's less wildlife, there's much more wildlife, but there's also much more forests. And so I think you just don't see them because they're like all living where they belong in the forest. Versus like close to the cities and stuff like that. Iowa Spider says, I saw a really big lizard outside the other day. It's one of those brown anoles, but probably the biggest one I've seen. Nice. I do miss funny little lizards. There are no lizards here, which was like really surprising to me. It's like, no lizards? What do you mean? Yes, living in Florida, it makes it seem like everything was like Florida. And then when I moved here, I was like, oh, everything is not like Florida. It's kind of funny. No funny lizards. I know, right? No funny lizards. It's unfortunate, no lizards. There are some non-venomous snakes, but I haven't seen them. I guess they have to hibernate in the winter or something like that. I am enjoying looking out at the snow, though. We finally have snow. It did rain, so it kind of wiped out a little bit of the snow, but we still managed to retain a decent amount of it this time, which is exciting. I waited a long time, it felt like, for the snow to come. It just kept raining instead of snowing. So, like, Christmas was super... It was, like, cold, but rainy. And I didn't like it very much. But, I mean, it still had festive holiday spirit in the end because of all the, like, evergreen trees that grow here. I do the top of Rome's head. Remove my speech bubbles. I want to do a starry night sky in the background here. Is the damp, I can't read it because there's something blocking it. Right, let's see. The damp warmness in Florida. Yeah, I definitely don't miss the like the humid, the just overly humid, sticky heat from Florida. It is nice to be cold, even if it's rainy here, just for a while at least. I'm enjoying not sweating every day. Or like, even if it gets cold in Florida, it's like humid, and so it feels extra cold. This needs to stretch up here. I'm gonna do some light, kind of like emanating from the concert, and then do like it pure black up here. And then I want some of those lights from the stage to kind of reach over here. Alice Fire says, pretty nice today. Yesterday was gross, though. Oh, what kind of weather was yesterday? I'm gonna put my lights over the whole thing. No, that's not the one I wanted to put up here. This one can stay down there. I want this one to be more diagonal.
copy, paste, merge them together, and I'm gonna make Madrid stand out the most. And leave them two and kind of in the shadows of the situation. Except for I want to make sure that Rome still kind of has like a focal point going here. So let's pretend that this light has kind of like lit him up a little bit. There you go. Ina says, "Oh, it looks so cool already. Thank you." Spider says it was super humid yesterday. I'm gonna do some stars kind of far off. They're not going to be super visible because it's a lot of light pollution is going on at this concert. Go to effects. Trying to find my stars. My star effects. And see where I put those. Maybe pattern? Yeah, there's some stars. So we're gonna put some stars up here. And those honestly look kind of big to me, so I'm gonna just shrink them and stick them up in here. Trying to figure out, I feel like this panel should be over the other one, but I don't think that it is. Yeah, this one should be definitely over. Yeah, this one's on top. I don't know why. It's not appearing that way. It's very odd. Or like where the lines are. Oh, I see, the lines were too far down. There we go. Put them underneath that. And oh, I see why I put the lines underneath that one. It's because that one had to come out of the frame. Alright. Hit that back button. But this frame has got to go underneath. It's not that one that's blocking the line. Sorry, very confused about what I'm doing here. Gotta find my lines again. Where are they? Going to select everything and just delete some things that are covering my line. Like, I think this has got to go right there. And This one. There, that looks better.
Spider says, page looks dope, can't wait to see context of the book. Yay, I'm glad you like it. Spider says, these big art programs have so many features, I'm intimidated by anything more complicated than Ibis Paint.
I had never used Ibis Paint. When it came to a digital drawing program, I just immediately got Clip Paint Studio because it was recommended to me. So I'm unsure about what Ibis Paint has. Before this, I liked to draw in MS Paint. Way before... You know, I was just with the mouse too, really. Before I got Clip Paint Studio.
Nice job finishing the line art, Isla Spider. BC Wendell says, are you excited for Wonderful Pretty Cure? I know I am. I am excited for every new Pretty Cure that comes out. Can I keep up with them? Not really. I wanted to watch more of Hirugaru Pretty Cure because I really wanted to draw art of me, Sky, and Cure Sky's outfit. But I only ended up watching the first episode and couldn't really make time for the rest. I definitely like to give at least the first episode of every Pretty Cure that comes out a shot, though. And the character designs for this one do look pretty cute. I like the picture I saw of some of the, like, familiars this time, when one's a swan, which is super cute. I really like swans, so that's exciting. But honestly, I don't know much about it other than that, so I guess I'll just be going in blind. Has the first episode aired yet? I don't know when that's happening. Right, now for some splatters to go on top of everything.
My music stopped playing. Let's start it again. As I go to finish it, I keep on thinking about more things that I want to add. Like, I was thinking in the background of the scene that we should have... No, I was gonna say we should have more of these lights that are shooting in different directions, but honestly, no, we shouldn't, because the concert lights are only coming from one direction. So that wouldn't really make any sense. So I think we're actually pretty much done on this page. So there we have it. Here's our page before it. So it's this page, and then this page. Now I'm gonna work on this page. This one I had like completed, and then I decided I didn't really like how it was. And I want a totally different comic layout for this one. I'm just not happy with this layout, so I'm gonna figure it out. As funny as the concert lights are only coming from one direction. That's so funny. Yeah, one direction. I didn't even think about that when I said it. Yes, it is an east and sky. So I'm gonna figure out a new layout for this page. Let's see what page comes after it, that way I can make sure that the pages look okay together. This one, I think it was. So try not to have a similar layout to that one, I guess. So I'm gonna remove the boxes and see what I can figure out. Where are my boxes? I want to get rid of this one too. And I'm also going to need my guide box thing. And up at the top. So that I keep everything within those lines. Take that, Storm. Yeah, I don't think Storm gets much love this volume at all. In fact, I'm trying to remember what scenes include Storm. Is Storm in this volume? This is something that now I have to consider. Well, I mean, he's at the concert, I guess. But he's not even really shown. And then he's at Cloud Prep, but he's only like shown once, so he's he like barely has any scenes whatsoever. It's kind of funny. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at this scene again. Alright, I have kind of an idea of what kind of layout I want to do. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 panels that I gotta go on this page. And I'm gonna just put everything white for a second and come up with some new lines I think might work. Spider says good, it's time to ban Storm. Yeah. I don't think he'll get banned this volume, but volume 9, people are definitely gonna hate him. I won't say what he does, but there'll be time for people to finally make their minds up about him. Okay, I've got 1, 2 small panels. I don't want it to be too similar to this setup. Alright, so I think it's fine if the panel on the bottom stays about that size, so I want to give it more height. Now we're gonna figure out what to do with the stuff up here. Just kind of making it up as I go. Carrie says, hi, Allie. Hi! Nice to see you, Carrie. Have you been? And... is this... I'm gonna see, does this panel go outside its bounds or what? Yeah, actually, it extends outside, so I don't have to keep it in that shape, necessarily. I don't know yet. I'm confused. Good, I'm glad you're doing good, Carrie. I'm just gonna start moving around some of these panels as I figure it out. I don't know what this clipped onto. Okay, so... I want these hands kind of like overlapping this one a little bit. And... I think I kind of want this in its own box too. So... I'm just gonna delete that box and... put that here. And put that there, maybe. Trying to make it more clear which box comes where. I'm sorry, you guys. This is kind of like boring. I'm just staring at it laying like, where should the boxes go? Not even really doing anything. Alright, well, I'm gonna start here and see where I get. I'm gonna start here. Because I want this panel to be a little bigger. I like her foot too much. I think it looks good, so I need to make sure that it is in here and looks good too. It's just, I like this panel. Like, I did such a good job on it. It's just supposed to be so tiny. You know what? I'm just gonna make it bigger. And the other panels can be smaller. How about that? That solves it. Right, so I like it like that. Just move this stuff around. I'll make these ones smaller. Maybe like a little bit bigger. Just gonna crop this one a bit more, I think, to make room for it. Alright. Line art again. So. Panels right there, and this one. This one has all this stuff attached to the bottom of it. Alright. Let this one go. Spider says, I'm so glad I started making color palettes for my OCs. Used to just sit there and tap colors from past drawings. Yeah, maybe it's about time for me to do the same. That's actually what I've been doing. What is this attached to? That was confusing. That made those ones disappear, but... Okay, there we go. Still clipped to something, I don't know what. What is it clipped to? Is there something here? Oh, okay, there was something there. Alright, so... I will put a box on this one. And then we can clip everything to something after all, I guess. There we go. Spider says, Aniski autocorrect stall caps in my head because 90% of the time I'm talking about them, it's very enthusiastically. Oh good, I'm glad. That's funny. It is definitely fun to draw them more often together in this volume, and in a situation where they're like actually forced to interact instead of just run away from each other, which tends to happen. I don't want to crop off his head, just the bottom here. And this will have to be above the line art. Here. I already put white behind it. Okay, well that's convenient. And... copy, paste. That's funny, says we love unresolved mutual pining. Yeah, I guess if that's what it is. They're very funny. There's definitely some good scenes with them for all the Aniski shippers out there this volume. They're going to get a lot of it, that's for sure. And some more development for Anise too, which is good. Since we just learned his secret last volume, and good for him to expand a little bit about his feelings. Alright, see you soon, Carrie. Thanks for stopping in. Down. I forgot that I could just leave boxes open if I wanted to. I think that looks very nice. Alright, now for some backgrounds. Background design. Alice Spider says, please be warned when the book comes out, I'll be screaming in your text messages every time these two or Mildred are on with the same page. You're probably gonna enjoy this one from a Milan and Belgium perspective, for sure. There's a good amount of, more like memories, you know, they're not actually like on the same page physically in present time ever this volume, but still, there's a lot of them thinking about each other. Which is a lot of fun anyway. Belgium best Impia ship. Oh good, I'm glad you think so. Well, I mean, they're one of like the only ships where it's like made canon that they like each other, I guess. Even if it's in like a very toxic way, but I mean, they were sweet ones. And I'm sure that everyone knows that they're gonna get back together in the end. I don't know why this is not letting me do what I want to do. Can I do it like this? I might actually want this stuff to be cross-hatching, so let's see about it. I drew a pretty cute page with, I don't think that's really the cross-hatching that I would like. I drew a cute page with, Tiffany and Kyan the other day on stream, so that was fun. I mean, that's a canon couple. The actually only canon couple that is actually together at the moment, I guess. Which is kind of funny.
I know Spider's so sweet. Childhood friends turned into angsty, morally gray duo that have no clue what communication is. Let's go. Yep, that's definitely them in a nutshell right there. Here, let me show you the one of Tiffany and Kyan. Also has Belgium in it. Here they are. And I think this is some of the, probably my favorite drawing of them that I've done yet. I think it's pretty cute. Anyway, they're dancing to a song that Belgium has deemed her and Milan's song. And so she gets mad, but then they're like, you're delusional, and so she's upset. But it's a cute drawing anyway. This one. Those Spider Sisters, they're so cute, I love them. And it was fun to draw. Spider says, I love the pirate crew dynamic so much. I do too. I can show you, I've done the pages before that. Or just the sketches of them, really. But we have some more pirate crew fun. Let me pull it up. So this is the one is that they're having a feast, right? And then they're talking about like their next thing that they're gonna do together, and I think I did show you sketches of this before, but Georgia cracking the energy drink, pouring it into a wine glass, and then tossing the energy drink bottle on the floor. And Kyan serving some food. It's really fun to get to draw them some more. They weren't actually gonna be in this volume, but I found some way to like fit them in because I wanted to do more of their interactions. Yes, Sissy is our favorite caffeine addict. So I've been having fun. I have a lot of sketch pages done. I have 13 pages fully sketched and a bunch that are like half sketch scenes and stuff. But only 14 pages fully done, 13 fully sketched.
And so that's why I'm trying to get these half-done pages just completely finalized today to add to that total so I feel a little bit better about myself. Okay. Cross-hatching times 1. It's too small. Wait, but in between cross-hatching. So I'm gonna do Sky's necklace like this, so let me block that one out too. And I'm trying to think of what kind of merch I'm going to do for this next Kickstarter. Because I still have so much merch from my other Kickstarters, which is why I was running that massive sale on my Etsy to just try to, like, clear out these keychains and enamel pins and things. So, I definitely want something really cool, but I don't think it can be, like, such high quality of, or, like, high quantity of thing. Because then I don't know what I'll do with it. Spider says, the amount of work that goes into these books never fails to astound me. Thank you! I myself am not prepared every time I start one, I think. I want something in the background, like something here. Put some... I like putting these, like, trails in the background. I'm gonna make it less visible. And put it behind them, because conveniently I already blocked them out, thank goodness. I'll put some darker dots in there. I like this flower here, but it's gotta move. Gotta go over here to make room for some letters. There's gotta be some words in there. I want... to try something here, maybe like this. Kind of soften the edges between these two things. No. I did not like that. But I like this though, I think. And I want a ring of shiny. Where can I find a ring of shiny in here? I think it's probably gonna be one of these. make my own ring of shiny. Oh, except for the edge of it is cut off. Okay, let's try our shiny ring once again. I'm gonna turn that into pure tone. And I want to drop it behind the sleeve. Oh, it is behind the sleeve. It's because the sleeve is... There. Looks better. Now I've just got to do that panel at the bottom. Alright. Backgrounds, they're daunting, but at least this one's a nature scene, which is much easier than any other kind of background, for me at least. So we're gonna put that in the folder. Get going. Hi, welcome back, Akane. How are you doing? I'm gonna start with this path into the woods. And I'm gonna do some of these trees. It's a pretty small scene, so I'm not really expecting it to have, like, the most perfect, beautiful trees ever. But I would definitely like them to be kind of interesting from far off, so I try to do some, like, different tree shapes in here. Kane says, I'm alright, been a busy day. Honestly, gonna be a busy year. That's fine, not complaining too much. Nice, hopefully a lot of the busyness is stuff you wanted to take on as projects and such. And my tree's like leaning way over. Oh no, not this thing again. Oops. Tree's leaning over. Just letting the branches go wild. I'm doing good, trying to stay strong here as I work on my third page today. Starting to feel a little sleepy. That's because the sun is getting lower in the sky outside. Because the sun will go down in exactly an hour here. Which is wild. It goes down at 4:30. Okay, I'm changing to a different brush to give my trees a better look to them. And he says, I'm glad these streams are here though. Can lay back and just relax. Peaceful, everyone is super nice. Good. Yeah, I know they're not super often, but... And I'm going to be not streaming for the next week and a half. I'll be back. Maybe like the 25th or 26th, but that's just how it goes. Okay, let me take away the line art to see how I'm liking these trees. Yes, I like them. They're gonna be very tiny, but I think that they make an impact still. Let's put this tree is kind of gonna be like a leany tree. I like how twisty trees can get. I'm trying to incorporate that here. Kinda says, speaking with some friends about Pokemon, all kind of agree that the new generation isn't as good. Didn't really like the new Pokemon. I have not seen what the newest ones are. I think the last ones that I really looked at was the Sword and Shield ones, because I played that game like years ago now, like maybe 5 years ago, I don't know. And I mean, I don't really like a lot of them better than the first ones that I remember growing up with. But I always felt like maybe I was just biased in that case because, you know, it's like that nostalgia really gets me. But I did like some of the ones from the Sword and Shield area, like they had, the one that is supposed to be like a sea slug, the Pew Pew Miku one. And I loved that thing. And they also had some really cute flower or like seed type Pokemon from that one too. And I liked the bleached coral ghost. I thought that was a pretty cool idea and kind of like bring some awareness to what's happening to coral. But I don't really know what is going on currently with Pokemon. Sorry, I said S/V had some disappointing part. Scarlet was fun, had a good time with it. S+B. Was it the Sword and Shield? No, that's not the right acronym. I'm not sure which one that is. I do think a lot of the Pokemon new designs are definitely getting like more humanoid for their final transformation, and while some of the ones that were original did that too, I think that they could definitely do a lot more than just that type of final transformation. Like I think they could have more variety. At least that's what I felt when I was playing Sword and Shield. Like I felt like every final evolution kind of looks a little too similar. Oh, Scarlet and Violet, the newest one. Okay, yeah, I don't know much about that newest one. I'm gonna do a high top canopy here. Just do a lot of trees, give them some space from one another. All the trees here are kind of the same, but this is the only tree that I know lives on Rabufru now, and I'm not willing to expand on it. No, there's gonna be a lot of world building in this one. Which is nice. I've been having fun world building, but in this particular area, I only want this one kind of tree. That way, when they go to different parts of the world, the trees can look a little different to signify that travel has happened. I do some shrubs. Let me see what kind of plants I included in this page. Alright, some fluffy shrubs and some two-leaf shrubs. Connie says, can we see my main man, Chi, in this new album? Or, sorry, I said album, but I meant in this new volume. Yes, we will be seeing Chi, and he plays a part in the plot, finally. A little bit. But, unfortunately, I have not drawn the pages with him in it yet, so you'll have to wait. He's, like, more so in the last volume. I mean, I can show you. He's, like, a little bit in the first chapter. And this is the drawing that I have of him right there. And that's it so far. So you'll have to wait. Now I'm struggling to find what page I'm on. Go. Chi album drop? Yeah, wouldn't that be funny? Yeah, you can tell him about the about your AU. Is that a sport in the Twisted Wonderland game? I do some more trees over here on the side of the road. Some more bushes. Some funny plants. Nobody's gonna look at this close ever, so it's fine if it's not the best. What do I do? Like, we're looking at this from, like, a more grassy place, and of course this is not going to be in it, really, because it's going to get cropped off down here at the bottom. Likely. Yeah, I do the tree line. And some more bushy plants. Okay, that was intense. Backgrounds always feel intense. Ugh. Connie says York is the main character in this.
House Fitter said it's called Magifit. They call it magical shift a lot in Japanese. Spell drive in English. Interesting. York gets the spotlight. Connor says Belgium and Milan are main characters, and yes, they work together on a new group they called Fate. Alright, so let's give this some shading. And I don't really want to put that much effort into this one because there's other backgrounds that are going to require more effort. Maybe that's not the best way to think about it, but and so what I'm going to do here is give some simple shadows to things, and then we're going to turn it into a screen tone so that it doesn't look so messy. Spider Eyes is excited about the prospect of Villain Pepper. I do think that'd be pretty cool to see, honestly. Okay, I want that to be a little less, and honestly, what I'm gonna do is, I know there's not a lot of cross-hatching, but I just feel like cross-hatching works so well to give depth to organic things, and I like it a lot, and I want to incorporate it more in here. I just have a lot of fun doing it. I do it a lot when I'm like sketching by myself or when I work for clients, but for some reason I don't tend to use it a lot for myself. Yeah, I would like to see Villain Pepper. That'd be pretty funny. And she definitely has like a little like angry side to her, you know? Which is pretty funny when it comes out in the volumes. And she can use that sword. She's gonna get her spotlight with it later on. Now I'm going to do the silhouettes of our characters. I'll do that with the pen. I'm wondering if this pen is going to do that weird thing, or if it's just that one pen. I'll do this in a different color so I can see a little bit better. Kinda says Magical Shift is just the working name, gonna have a different name when it's done. What are the plans for the Kanar soldiers in that AU, like other than York? I don't know if you'd mentioned that. And there's a niece over here.
I don't know if I really like how the cross-hatching turned out. I'll just take it off. It just doesn't fit, fortunately. But the screen cone gives it a little bit of depth. I'm gonna make these characters smaller. Because, I mean, they're so sketchy. You just put them in there. And let's put some minor or some more tone around them.
Kanai says, that's interesting, let's talk about London.
Yes, I'm curious to know. Oops. Well, that's weird. I don't know why I can't do a white line with this. It's on the white line layer. It's weird. I want to do some more, like, intense looking streaks. And that one's kind of like a little crooked. Let's put that one in there. Better. And I want this to be a little more dramatic. Put the like this.
Kane says, in their AU, York will have a few companions in his journey. London and Carmelia being some of the main ones. London and Carmelia are actually really good friends, and London still wants to be closer. She just wants to be friends. However, London is a member of the villain organization Fate, and this is where things get interesting.
Interesting. Alright, so this page is pretty much done. I have to put some speech bubbles on it, but I always put the speech bubbles after I figure out exactly what the dialogue is going to be, so it's the right size to fit the dialogue. So this is fine for the moment. I'm going to take a quick bathroom water break, and when I come back, we'll be choosing a new page to work on for a little bit. So if everyone also wants to take a water break, now's the time to do it. Go get yourself some water and stay hydrated. And I will see you in just a moment.
I'm back. Let me read the chat. Hana is still talking about their Magic Window Sky AU. London was sent to work with York so he could gather intel and keep track of the gang to see what's going on, report back to the organization Fate, which makes their job a lot easier, and London takes a liking to the group, and so he switches between Fate and York's group. He still tells Fate everything, but a heavy burden for him to do so. He's on both sides. Ooh. Spoilers, but it's just beyond the surface. Well, I'm excited to read it. It sounds like a really cool AU. Now that I came back to this, and I really think this bottom panel does need some extra screen tone to make it a little darker. Yeah, like something like that maybe, and then I'll like erase some spots in it. Like these trees can be a little lighter and the field outside can be a little lighter. And then it starts to get a little darker as they go in, into the forest. I just think that looks a little bit better. Just gives it a little bit more definition. And he says, thank you, you've had this idea for a while, and only now am I doing something with it. Yeah, that's exciting. Oops. Okay, well, I think this is it for this page, so we're gonna find another half-finished page to work on. I'm gonna look through my folders here real quick. Looking for pages that I have started on, but not yet finished. There's one that needs a background, but that's a little too complex for me today, I think. Like a background with buildings and stuff. I think that's really one of... I guess it was just those three really, so I guess let's choose one to work on. Let me close down some of these and... see what we have here. I guess that one was a half-done page. I just wasn't really sure on the layout of it. Let's reopen that one back up. Yeah, I'm just not sure about this one. Okay, let's look for one that I feel okay inking then. Some of these are like kind of done sketching, but I want to do a little work to their panel layout and
some of the characters need like a better clothing design, or we need like a background design, that sort of thing. I guess this one is pretty straightforward. I worked on this page a lot this week. And I think even if I don't like the layout in the end, I can definitely start doing some inking. Like, I really like her pose, so I'm gonna keep it. Very dynamic pose. Akane, what about the rest of the alien characters in there? Like, I'm curious about, like, what is France up to? Or like Madrid and Rome and all of them. No, her head is too long, though. I was say, it's like, I really like this pose, but it's a little wonky. As far as France mentioned, I've been summoned. I was just asking Akane what France was up to in the AU. Yeah, I think the sketch needs some work before I ink it, honestly. Like, I was all happy with the sketch until I started to ink it, and then I was like, hey, this sketch is a little weird, ain't it? France this volume. I don't think I've drawn any pages with him in it yet, but there is some interesting things with him this volume, I'd say. Alright, I think that should be good enough to start our sketch again. Or our inking again. Oh no, that's fine. If you're doing something else, don't feel bad. There she is. She does fight France this volume, but he doesn't attack her first. She just attacks him. So that should be interesting. And this volume, as far as like aliens she fights, she's like really only fighting Madrid. Spider says France best MPS character. I don't take arguments. I'm glad you think he is. I definitely think, like, honestly, I think he's probably one of the best characters too. As odd as that is. He's, you know, the most complex, I think, and he drives the plot a lot. You know, I feel like versus Sky, who's just like attempting to stop the plot from happening, but she doesn't really do anything to drive it. So, I mean, France is kind of like the only one moving the story along, I feel like. As funny as says Sky provoking a fight, the volume is a fever dream. That's hilarious. Akane says, so let's talk about why she is and always will be the best MPS character to grace the earth. He says Madrid sucks, I wouldn't have gone. We all could have. I don't think you were here, Akane, when I showed you this scene that I am working on here, where Sky just punches Madrid. That's what's happening here. I know it's super sketchy, but that's what's happening. She's like just done with him being violent and creepy. Because you'll notice that, like, she's okay with attempting to rationalize with the Kanar when they are taking captives, but if they're not hurting anybody. But Madrid just, like, actively hurts everyone, and so she's not good with that. There's no point in trying to reason with him like she does with the others. So Madrid is 100% the worst. Yeah, I mean, that's the point of his character, so I'm glad that everyone thinks he's the worst. If somebody thought he was not the worst, I might be a little concerned. In fact, I hate him so much that I was considering not putting him in the story at all. Even though he's a big part of the plot, I was considering just removing him. But I decided to leave him in because I was like, you know, he's a big part of the plot, and he's the only... I guess real villain, I guess I would consider him, because all the rest of them are kind of like these grayscale characters, except for him. Like, he actually enjoys hurting people and stuff. Guys, Sky snaps deserved. Yeah, this volume's gonna be a good one. It's like everything starts to move almost. Like all the plot points kind of start to come together. And the characters are spurred into action. So it says you lied so fast I looked away from the screen for a minute. And expected when I look back, yeah, that's about how much I have so far. Yes, honestly, the most time-consuming part of any page for me is the sketching. I spend so long resketching and sketching and trying to figure out how things will go. But then I can line very, very quickly, and I can tone pretty quickly too. A color page is kind of different, but Hello Spider says, I just want more MPS content. I don't care how I get it. The franchise is deeply special personally too. And I can't see what. There's like always the words are hidden behind this little heart there. I'm eating drywall in anticipation. Please don't eat drywall. That doesn't sound safe. Yeah, I'm really excited about this volume. And I need to... Wait, I'm like contemplating, I'm like, what? Okay, yeah. I just had to look at my own character design, I was like, hold on. Yes, the edges of my skirt are frilly. Yeah, I'm really glad that I'm finally working on this. And it's really nice to work with the characters again, and I really hope that I can make it more popular. Or like the people that have all backed on Kickstarter haven't forgotten about it in these 2 years. Connie says, I love MPS so much, honestly, the amount of MPS fan content I have for this year and the next is massive. Magical Shift, official Buff Cheese story, entire Undertale MPS section with songs and everything, more than Five Secret. That's awesome. I'm excited to see it all. Allie-chan says, forgetting your own character design. This is so real. Oh my gosh, it is. It is. Connie says, no matter what, at the end of the day, when it comes to the official story, I just crave more and more and more. It's so good. Oh, I'm so happy! I'm really excited to see what people think of this volume. And this volume is going to be kind of long, too. It's going to be a little longer than the other ones because I realized I needed to fit... Oops. I have more things that I want to tell and I want to say that, like, I'm kind of figuring out as I go. And I also don't want to cram the pages in anymore. Like, one of my things that I was doing the last few volumes is I'm trying to hit that page count. And so I cram things in to make it less pages. But I'm doing, like, the same amount of drawing. And so I'm just gonna let it breathe a little bit. If it's, like, you know, 30, 40 pages, that's fine with me, as long as it looks good and it says everything I want it to say. Next volumes might have, like, the same thing going on, too. Just that they might be a little longer. In fact, the last volume might be just, like, a 200-page volume. Because I have extra stories that I want to do, too, but I'm running out of room, so I can't do any more extra stories unless I do something. There's so many stories that I want to tell, like little extra stories. More MPS fan art. Yes, I love it when I get fan art. I feel like this leg is kind of weird, but I'll come back to it. Yeah, so it says longer MPS volume. Woo! She goes to the gym extra story. That would be pretty funny. He starts to learn how to use the gym machines correctly. I mean, Cloud Prep has a gym. I mean, they have a gym. My niece was training Pepper in there. Even though they didn't go in, like, the workout machine room, I'm sure there's one in there. Yeah, let's look at how it's turning out. It's kind of a weird pose, but it's pretty dynamic. I gotta figure out how to draw the sword after she's done. Oh yes, I forgot I was supposed to do something with that too. Yeah. See, I'm really bad at, like, keeping update and, like, promoting things to do with my own series. Which is probably one of the reasons that it's not so popular. I'm just, like, so bad with social media and promotion. Make her eyes are a little small. Let's make them a little bit bigger. I don't really know how to draw this sword in here. Yeah, I should probably update that. It's pretty cool to have my own wiki page. Okay. Sword. Let's see. Oh yeah, she's got her wings out in this scene too. Yes, yes she does. So let me draw her wings, and then I can figure out what to do with her sword. Oh. these. Let's take a look at it. And top of her wing, okay. So, in this volume, she's got her first 2-page transformation, which is kind of surprising. And she transforms with her sword and sword and wings out. Alright, so I'm gonna draw a new sketch for the sword and see if I can work it out, since I kind of put her arm in a different place than it was previously. A little closer to the camera. Like this. Sword this way. It is Sun and Nakane. It's the fan-made Discord group, and since I don't really use Discord or any social media very well, it's just kind of unofficial. So I don't know if I will add it, because if I was going to promote it, I would want to go on it myself quite frequently, and I can't promise that I will. I don't know why, I just get so weird about social media, but I guess that could be a place to post fan art. Usually people post fan art on Instagram or something and then tag me, so that's always an option. But I guess the Discord group could be a better place for everyone to kind of see it for long periods of time. Guess I should think about getting serious about getting involved in that kind of thing. But I can get you the link for the unofficial one. Let me get it. I haven't been on it in so long. I don't even know if I'm signed into Discord. It might kick me off. Yeah, I have to log in. I don't know how to find it. I don't even know if it'll go through, honestly, but you can try, and if that doesn't work, then you can put like a slash in it maybe, so that it shows. It shows up at least, and then you can recombine it, I guess. Hi, welcome back, Neo. at the hilt of the sword down here. This is another page that I am working on, yes. So we finished, this one, we finished this one, and we finished that one. And so now we're moving on to this one. Akane, if you posted that link, I don't think that it showed up, so you might want to try putting slashes in it so that it doesn't think it's a link, so it'll automatically reject it, I think. Thank you, Uno! I'm glad you think they're good. I'm not signed in on Insta on my computer either. You can email it to me, how about that? I think that would probably work. Just let me know if you do or when you do so that I can go get it. There's an unofficial Magical Princess Sky Discord server that Akane created a while ago. I'm just really bad at social media, and so that's why I call it unofficial, because it's unmonitored by me. But yes, there kind of is one, yeah. And I should definitely get into actually using it. Top of this blade is kind of crooked. Let's get that fixed. A little bit longer. Tilt it. I'm gonna single out the sword and just, oops. Okay, well, we'll see what happens with it anyway. And I forgot the ribbons, so let me add those ribbons on here. If I... I don't think this brush was always like this, where it does that thing all the time. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie, thank you, honey. Let me get that. We'll see if this link works for everyone. Let me try copying and pasting it again to see if it works. Yeah, I think it works. Hey, let's see. I'm gonna put it in the chat. You can see if that works. I just gotta click on this to see what it is going on here. And her leg. I do everything on way too many different layers. Right. There you go. Alright, good. I'll try to get on there to check it out soon enough. Alright, I'm going to grab this whole one. Some white outside of it because I want her to pop out of that border. That's not what I meant to do. No. I gotta find that one. Perfect. So there we go. I gotta do a real background behind that one, but I'm not going to do that right now. It takes a lot of concentration for me to do the backgrounds. We're gonna do this panel right here. It's supposed to be like a cross-hatching one. Or something of that sort. Like one of these half ones. There you go. I'm gonna draw our most hated character once again. I did a character poll for the Kickstarter for volume 7, and a few of the people that backed hadn't read the story before, but quite a few of them had, and it was like Sky number 1, Pepper number 2, and then the Queen was the 3rd favorite character, and I thought that was very interesting. No, not Madrid. I'll try to draw him quickly so you don't have to suffer too much, okay? See, he's almost done. You don't have to suffer. I just gotta figure out what his hair looks like here. I just gotta draw one more strand of hair, and then he will leave you alone for the moment. His eyeball is like incredibly far up his head. It's just like migrated up there. Bring that down a little bit. Yeah, see, that looks a little bit more realistic. Alright, next panel. So I put this panel kind of like way far down here, so move this and shrink it a little bit. Could be a small scene. There's too much dialogue anyway for it to be any larger. No, you didn't tell me about that, Undertale you. Which character was Asgore? Was that the lady that looked like Toriel, right? And she wanted us to stay in her house because all the children that go outside die. Was that her? This is a very rough sketch here, but they're gonna be very small, so it doesn't really matter. Oh, I am thinking of Toriel, yes. Okay, so Asgore is the king of the underworld. Interesting. I don't know if I've gotten there in Undertale, which reminds me I need to play that at some point. Oh, cool. That'll be fun to see. And it says, imagine a Queen Sky ruler of the world has to fight but doesn't want to. In the very, like, early stages of Magical Princess Sky, there was a time when I was thinking that it would be like she was a candidate for queen, which is kind of like where the princess thing came from, and so I was like trying to incorporate that into the plot instead of it just being a name that she gave herself. And in the end, I just liked it better where she was a normal girl, like aspiring for something more and didn't have any part in like the government dealings. Like she was kind of like out part of it or outside of it. And so I liked that better in the end, but there was a time when she was a candidate for queen. Now, of course, the story has gone through many variations over the years. There you go. Oh, hi, Latte. Nice to see you. How are you? That's funny that you were there when Akane was talking about you. She's got the sword in the wrong hand in this one, so we are gonna fix that. Alright, that's like the tiniest art ever. Like, no one's ever gonna see this. Okay, so it's okay if it looks a little sloppy. Of course you guys are seeing this right now, but no one is ever gonna zoom into that. And yet I still feel the need to draw all the little details. My fiance was suggesting that maybe I release the Magical Princess Sky volumes in like a wider format. You know, something that's like 8 inches by 12 or something like that. So that people can actually see the details that I put in here. Which is probably a good suggestion, so I might do that eventually, but for now they'll stay the size that they are so that it doesn't upset people with their collections. Yeah, she's itty bitty, she's really tiny. Oh wow, the gang is arriving. Hi, Tara! Nice to see you. I apologize, I have to draw Madrid again. Just pretend I'm not. I feel like I was gonna say something, but then I forgot what it was. I'm very sorry. And it says, did I tell you I hit 200 followers on SoundCloud? Quite bizarre, because never thought I'd get that far. No, you didn't. Congratulations. That's awesome. Eight by 12 might be better. Yeah, I forget exactly what the size is, but it's not quite 8 by 12, but it's the scaled up version of like the manga ratio. And it's what they use in Japan for the manga magazines and stuff like that. I have a few of those, and I like the size a lot better because you can really see all the details that the people put into the art. But I forget what size it is. I can look it up online. I can look up manga magazine size. I'm not seeing it as readily available information. Do I have to go and measure it, or what? I don't want to get up and measure it. How many... Manga magazine? No, I'm not seeing it. The manga... I don't know how to find out right now, unfortunately. I will give up, but it's not quite 8 by 5 by 12 or something like that. It's... I want to say it's like 7 by 11 or something like that, but not exactly quite. It's like just close to that. But when I did last Kickstarter, I did print an art zine for volume 7 that was in that ratio, and I really liked seeing some of my art in that larger size and some of the color comic book pages in that larger size. Can't forget his tail. And as for the characters in the background, I'm not 100% sure what pose I want them to be, and so I won't draw the rest of that scene yet. And let's look at how it looks like just the two characters. It's itty bitty. Connie says one of my many other AUs is MPS themed Undertale AU. Let me get on it very soon. That's exciting. Inno says, how long does it usually take for a panel to get finished? I'm curious. Let's see. I've been streaming for 4 hours. And we can look at what I've done in this amount of time. Let me open up the one that I finished earlier. Alright, so on this page, the only thing I had to do was move it around a little bit and give it some final screen tone. This page, I had to ink these 3 panels, but they are pretty quick panels, I guess. And then I had to do screen tone for this image and finish a little bit of inking. And for this one, I inked just this panel at the bottom, and then moved the rest of them around and screen toned them. And then I've been working on this one for a little bit, and I can look back through my stream and see when I started. Okay, I started this one about an hour ago, so this is as much as I've gotten done in an hour for this one. And so if I've been streaming for 4 hours total, then it's 1 hour. Then apparently I took an hour on each one of these pages. Not that one. I took an hour on each one of these, I guess. So I don't know. But the longest thing is the sketching, and you're not really seeing me do much sketching because it takes a lot of concentration for me. So I'm just doing a lot of inking in screen tone, which is faster for me. Because I sit there and stare at my sketches and redraw them, make sure that I like them before I start on inking. So you're not seeing the most part of what I'm doing. I think this has, yeah, this has a time lapse recorded. I don't know if I pull it up, if you'll be able to see it. Let me see if it shows up on OBS. No, it doesn't. Let me save. I'm gonna save my speed paint and I'm gonna pop it into OBS so that you can see more of like what the sketch process was for this one. At least I think that had the sketch process in it. Hopefully it did. You know, it says, dang, colorings is so neat. Just hours. 1 hour. You know, it says single page would have taken me a whole month. Well, I wasn't always so fast at drawing. This is because I've been drawing nonstop almost every day for years of my life, and have taught myself how to do line out art very quickly, mostly because I like how the speed of it makes it look very smooth. But again, you're not seeing me sketch these pages, which takes a long time to figure out how I want everything to go, make sure I like the poses, redraw on the poses over and over and over again. Alright, I'm gonna put that up as a media source. Yeah, here you can see it. I can just put it large. So this is what the whole process looked like. This page was a little faster, but you can see me doing a lot of like erasing and redrawing. And then there was like a scene I started to draw, and then I decided that it was gonna go on a different page. That kind of thing. And so then I started to draw the scene that was actually I decided to go on this page. And so there you can see the drawing that I just inked, and then I wasn't sure if she had feet or not, and then I was trying to do the boxes like this. And then you can see that I was really indecisive about how these boxes were gonna go, and moved them around several times before landing on our current one. And then here I go, finally inking it. And this was one of the faster ones, I think, for decision. Latte said, sketching might be hard, but it's the most fun part of drawing, just changing stuff to make it look good. It is the most fun part of drawing, that's true. It's the hardest but most fun. That's why I like to focus on it the most. So now that that is done, I am going to read the chat because I kind of ignored it while I was looking at that. You know, says I feel like redoing all my current projects right now. Number says, fine, admit that I did not expect to take this long to get back. Welcome back, Umbra! Connie says, I'm going back to my old ways of becoming a VTuber clipper again. Finally bringing back my cooking hobby. Aw, nice! Latte says, kinda want to continue my group's Undertale comic, but barely can. His daughter? And then Akane is saying something about a secret job coming back. Interesting. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat like all out of order. I'm trying to catch up before it goes away. Thank you, I'm glad you think I'm talented. Just a lot of obsession about it. About drawing, I think. I know that there are tons of people that are better at drawing and storytelling than I am, but I enjoy it, so I keep going. Oh, I don't like how his thumb looks. Let's get it a little longer. Aw, very nice. Latte's a good dad. That's awesome. Well, also keep in mind when you guys are saying that you're not talented and stuff like that. I mean, I am old. I am old, okay? I've been doing this a long time. I was not talented when I was, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I started Magical Princess Guy, I guess, when I was like 19, and it wasn't that good. The first pages are not very good, so. Everyone gets there with practice and patience, I guess. Alright. Well, I didn't expect to get that far with this inking of the page either. It was actually pretty rapid that this one was coming together. That's right, Akane. Everyone, you are uniquely talented, so stop trying to figure out who has the least talent. Alright, cover your eyes, Akane. I'm drawing the dirt again. Just a little panel of them. It doesn't have to be really good. Just be quick. Umber, you just have to find something that you really like and stick to it for a long time. Just practice on something for a long time. I don't know if I would say that I was instinctually talented. I've just been drawing every day for years. I am... I changed ages in October, and it's very confusing for me. I'm thinking, how old am I? I am... 26. I'm 26. So I've been doing this for a long time. I was not this good when I was a kid. Or I wasn't even this good, 10 years ago. Hello, welcome, Team Rebrand. And... oh, is this one of your crew? I see. Welcome. Unless that's just Akane? I don't know anymore. You change your profile picture so much, I have no clue. You switched to your company account, I see. I've gotta open my, Madrid fan document here. Copy. I mean, I guess I could just draw it instead of cheating with making my own assets all the time. Just gotta figure out how his hand is supposed to look. Hey, it is Akane. Good to know. Undertale rebrand its official YouTube channel. Very cool. Have you posted any videos on there yet? What kind of stuff do you post on there? It's basically what the fan looks like. I mean, this is a small panel. Once again, I have to keep reminding myself, it's a small panel. You know, I can do more on the larger panels. There's no need for me to slave away on a panel that is not going to get seen. Obviously, still trying to do my best, but trying not to kill myself working on this. Or overwork myself, rather, I guess. I said being professional is hard. I'm switching back. That's funny. School is draining. When I was in school, I would come home every day and take like a 3-hour nap, and then I would have to get up and do homework until like 11 a.m. It sucked. It's more smiley. Gotta have more eyelashes too. Gotta put his fan in the box. There we go. Kane says, yes, we posted 2 songs in the AU so far. Tara edits and makes the video. I upload them. Music is done by friends, including me. Very cool. Oh, you guys are making me yawn talking about being tired. Tara says, the Fatal Era video is going to be outro? I don't know what that is. Versus stupid website test. Thanks for right. I'm a robot. Oh, are you now? Umber says, I both enjoy and hate school at the same time. It's fun, but it's painful. You can definitely have conflicting emotions about things. Oh man, it is getting chilly in here. Why is it getting chilly and I can't stop yawning? I don't think I like this page layout after all. It needs to be more clear what is happening. It needs to be more clear that those, like, which order you're supposed to read this in. Let me fix it before it gets too far. Yeah, but where is my box? Not this box, but I need my blue box. Also, my music stopped. No wonder I'm getting tired. I get immediately tired if my music stops, really. If only my yawn animation worked. I had a yawn animation, but I kind of like lost it, so I can't show you guys I'm yawning. You just have to listen to me yawn. Henry says going on a walk. Have fun! That's good you're going on a walk. Sarah says only class I'm enjoying currently are creative writing, AP computer science, web design, physics too, only the teacher makes it interesting. Those sound like some pretty cool classes. And welcome Valdo, if I said that right, I don't know. Hello. Programming sounds like a pretty good skill to learn right now. Latte said, imagine if textile didn't exist in comic making, it'd be so much harder. Thus you need more people to work on it because there's typography needed now. I could definitely... I mean, I did a lot of comics in the past where it's like I just hand wrote everything. It's not so bad. You know? It's like the lettering won't be perfect, but... You know? It's like, I could still do it. I just wouldn't like to. Ugh. Latte says, I'm in uni and I regret taking mechanical engineering. Latte says it's just physics and you can throw in electronics and architecture. Wow, that sounds really difficult. I think I'm gonna do something a little different with this page. Have him do something like that. And then to make sure that that panel in the back is the first you read. Let me see what I can do about that. Maybe just move... Oh, that's... they're both attached. And move that individually? Mate says it's already 6:30, gonna make breakfast and head to work soon. Oh my gosh, it's early wherever you are. Thanks for stopping in. Enjoy work. Here, the sun just went down pretty much. I still don't like this layout. I'm so conflicted about it. Connie says, am I the only one here who doesn't do any form of school anymore? I don't do any form of school anymore. I'm definitely always learning things, but no school. Oh, good, Latte. I'm glad that you do enjoy your work. Oh, bye, Inu. Enjoy school too. It must be whatever time of day it is somewhere. Umbra says, I feel strangely motivated. Awesome! I hope you do something with your motivation. I learned that when I have motivation, it's time to do something, because it's hard to find motivation sometimes, that's for sure. Oh, and it was going to return in a few minutes. Okay, see you soon, you know. Akane says, so Allie, your store planned to buy something. Can you recommend me something I might like the most from it? So... I'm trying to remember what stuff you have, like which merch you already have. It's not the right one. I was trying to pull up my shop here. And... let's see. Like that, I guess? I put that way back there. We can shop together. Something you might like from my shop. I don't remember what you have, Akane, but stuff is on sale until tomorrow, and then I have to close my shop while I'm away. I'm gonna be traveling like Sunday to like Wednesday. But I mean, you like my VTuber? I have a VTuber stand, and honestly, if you wanted it, I would put it even more on sale just for you, because I need to get rid of these things. But those are fun. I have tons of stickers right now that are new since last time you ordered something. There is Sleepy Sky stickers, which you might like. Like this. Oh, hello, Proxima. Welcome. Umbra, pixel art sounds like a great thing to do. I'm always amazed at how cool pixel art is. I like it a lot. It looks tricky, but I always admire those who can do it. Well, don't run into anything, though. Okay, you know. I think if you don't have this, though, I don't remember, did you get this one, Akane? If you don't have this, this is really, really cute. It is the most high quality thing I've ever made. It is squishy. You can squish her. And I'm really proud of how it came out. So I guess if I was going to recommend you anything, it'd probably be the keychain, the VTuber stand, or the sky sticker, which there's only one left of those, but I really like how they turned out. I also have this 8-item surprise grab bag thing where you just get a bunch of random stuff. Remember says I just get the October Fairy. Yeah, I love her so much. And she's my favorite one. I'm an October birthday, so I made her just for me, really, but I'm always happy when people like her. But I have all the fairies up right now, and if somebody likes the fairies, I got this calendar, which is 12 bucks right now. You could get a year calendar. That could be fun. So it's like a, you know, year by year calendar with all the fairies in it. And then there's also all of the fairy stickers, which is on sale right now. And also they're much cheaper to get them this way. There's 12 big stickers, which are like 6 inches. Let's pass on the page. Yeah, a few other cute stickers. I mean, Magical Princess Sky stickers are like $3 right now. If you don't have the books, it's a good time to get them, 40% off. Yeah, so I guess that's what I would recommend. Let me read what I missed in the chat. And it says, man, if I had money, I'd buy it all. Oh, thanks. I'm glad. I did not look at how much they were on sale, but if you wanted to read Magical Princess Sky, right now it's only a $9 download for all 7. So that's always nice. I could put the link for that one in the chat. Lunch at school is expensive. I always found it cheaper when I was going to just like bring my own lunch, really. Rick says, I think I have enough money to get the October Fairy sitting at the desk next to me. Yep, so, I know that for people overseas, it can be really pricey. But if it's just something like a sticker, honestly, like, I don't have to go through Etsy. You can just PayPal me the money for just the sticker and $1 extra, because postage stamps are only $1 for international, but if you get tracking with it, it can be like 12 bucks. But sometimes it's worth it to have the tracking if you're buying multiple things, but if it's just something like a sticker, it can just be sent in an envelope with that $1 sticker instead. So that's always something to consider. I just can't do that through Etsy because now they require tracking on all orders, so they don't allow you to use non-tracked postage anymore. I like the October Fairy design so much that I was like considering if I was going to make like an adoptable VTuber that I would just do a live 2D version of the October Fairy because I think she's so pretty. I don't like where these panels are. I'm gonna do something completely different for this now. We're gonna move this scene around. if I can find it. I'm having trouble finding where this is. Okay, there it is. So there's the sketch, and there is the layer for it. Now I can move both of them at the same time, and I want to put them like over here, I think. No, I don't know. Now that's how the comic layout was before that I didn't like, though. Oh, I don't know. So it's probably going to take a little bit more thought. Amber says, I need to find something fairly simple and small to make a pixel art. I always like flowers for something simple and easy. Something else simple and easy. I don't know. I'm not really sure what would be the best for an easy pixel art idea. Oh, that's a good one. Flowey from Undertale. That's a good one. I'll take a look at my additional comic page layout things. See if I can get some inspiration here. Got two panels that need to go somewhere. At the bottom. I don't know. Maybe I'll just move on from that one for now. I think this is probably the favorite one that I finished today. I think I made it look really good. The past version I did not like at all, which I can show to you here. This is how it looked previously. Which, I mean, it's alright, I just don't like it as much as the new one. So that's how it looked before. That's not it. Okay, so that to that. That to that. That to that. I like the new one much better. If you were thinking about getting that stand, Akane, I'm just gonna go ahead and put that stand more on sale. because I want it to go away. Because I had one break because I moved, right? And they're kind of fragile, and I want them to go to good homes before they break. And, let me put it more on sale. And it's gonna last until I leave, which is very soon. I'm gonna put both of these stands on sale. I got 2 of them. And my pins, because there's a lot of those. Okay. Just figured I might as well do that on stream.
A lot of people have left very quickly, and now Umbra is leaving too. Well, I have been tired and I am getting hungry, so I guess it is time for me to sign off as well if everyone is leaving.
Thank you all for joining my stream. It has been really fun to work with you guys to keep me company today. I hope you enjoyed the pages, and that brings our total to, let's see. We had 14 done previously, we finished through today. So that is 15, 16, 17. So now we have 17 pages of volume 8 done. Isn't that exciting, guys? Sleep well, Umbra. Bye, everyone. Alright, I'm gonna put the stream to ending, and if you have wishes or if you want to finish any conversations in the chat, you can do so. I'll leave this up for a few minutes after I have gone. Once again, thank you all for joining, and I will see you next time! Bye! Oh, I did have a yawn emote! Did you see that? Wait, I just found I had a yawn emote. I was like trying to find like my wave emote, but look, I can yawn. So I did find my yawn file. Alright, awesome. I'm glad I know that. Okay, bye-bye everyone. Bye-bye Beast Window, thanks for coming in. Bye Inu. Alright. Have an awesome evening or morning or whatever time it is, you guys. Humber says I love saying have a day. That is pretty funny. Well, who knows what kind of day somebody's going to have, so... having a day is, better than not having one at all, right? Alright! Make a wish on a star, everyone, and good night!